Jury entering.
Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect the vote upon the jury will defendant Dennis Mousel is assistant attorney, and one more witnesses. Jury, I just want to remind you, you remain under oath. The gentlemen, hope you all had a good night. We're going to start now with the cross-examination by Mr. Hasty. If you're ready, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
I just have a few questions. You mentioned something about casings
Yes, sir.
that you found, I think your exact word was spent casing.
Correct.
What does that mean?
So it's the exterior metal jacket that falls off or protrudes off after the projectile cycles through the fire.
That is, if you have a bullet, the back end of the bullet, correct?
Correct.
And the reason you tested it for DNA was because there are times where you can get the DNA of a person who puts the bullet into the gun, correct?
That is correct.
And nobody has the same DNA.
That is correct.
You don't know any of the results, but that's why you tested for DNA in the cases, correct?
That is correct.
Now, you also indicated that you went to an apartment. I think it was located at 5700 Toscana Place, apartment 307.
Correct.
You knew before you went in, did you not, that that apartment was rented to Jameson Francois.
I would have to refer to my report. I don't recall.
Okay. You mentioned, and I'm going to get to it in a second. You mentioned that you went there pursuant to Detective Moretti's request, I believe, correct?
That is correct.
And that he had a warrant to search that residence.
That is correct.
May I approach, show this witness document?
What has he been marked? Is it marked or is it
It's not marked.
state of injection? Go ahead.
Let me show you, may I approach you? May I show you a document? Let's see if this refreshes your recollection now.
Yes.
1, 2.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem. Does that refresh your recollection as to whose apartment that was?
Yes, sir.
Whose apartment was it?
Francois.
Jameson Francois.
Jameson Francois.
And you met a young lady by the name of Adria Scott, I believe.
Yes.
That turned out to be his wife. Correct.
I'm not 100% sure about the relationship between them.
And you mentioned in Mr. Francois' apartment, there was a letter that was addressed to this young man. Correct?
That is correct.
And that letter was addressed to this young man at a different address. Correct?
I do not recall.
May I approach the witness to see if that refreshes the recollection?
Yes, sir. You may.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, it does.
The letter you found in Mr. Francois' apartment was addressed to this young man at a completely different address, correct?
That is correct.
You also found in Mr. Francois' apartment a storage key, right?
Yes,
And some ammunition, correct?
correct,
40 caliber ammunition.
correct.
As a result of finding this key to this storage unit, you eventually went to that storage unit to search, correct?
Correct.
And that storage unit was owned or rented to Francois and Jameson Francois and his wife, Scott, correct?
That is correct.
In that storage room owned by Mr. Francois and his wife, you found, did you not, 3 holsters?
That is correct.
You found some gun locks in there?
That is correct.
Did you find any guns in the storage unit that was owned by Mr. Francois?
No.
Do you know if anyone questioned Mr. Francois where the guns were?
I wouldn't know that.
That's not your job.
Correct.
May I have one little
Yes, sir.
And did I hear you correctly that you are in the Navy?
I work for the Naval Criminal Investigative Service.
Are you part of the military?
No, I am not.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councilman, thank you. Is there anything further?
Investigator Curry, you mentioned you found some holsters. With
Yes.
regards to the holsters, was there a back strap included?
Yes, there was.
What type of back strap was it?
I would need to refresh my memory.
Was looking at your property receipt of the recovered items, refresh your memory?
Yes.
Has your memory been refreshed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Looking at the property receipt, I'll ask you again, what type of back straps were found?
Block.
Let me put it.
This witness excused?
Yes.
Thank you. You step down, ma'am. You're excused. Councilman, call your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Deputy Raymond Maycock.
Good morning. You are.
Good morning. Deputy.
Well, this is our witness stand. When you get here, what I'd like to do is just remain standing for a bit. Raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you should give in this case should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your full legal name for the record.
Raymond Maycock Jr.
Please spell your first and last name for the record.
First name RAYMOND. Last name MAYCOCK.
Thank you, sir.
Please have a seat.
Thank you.
That microphone, adjust up or down, not back and forth.
Yes, sir.
You ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Council, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury with your name and where you're currently employed?
Good morning, my name is Raymond Makoff. I'm currently employed at the Broward Sheriff's Office in the Central and State Division.
And what's your title?
I'm a deputy, detention deputy. Sorry.
And how long have you been employed by BSO?
I've been employed for 6 years now.
As a detention deputy?
Yes, ma'am.
And where exactly do you work as a detention deputy?
I work in the booking area.
Okay, at the jail, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are your duties and responsibilities?
I'm responsible for processing inmates that come in and out of jail.
Okay, and does that processing include fingerprinting defendants that come in and out of the jail?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what is that? I'm going to turn your attention to February 13, 2019. What does that entail when an individual comes in?
When an individual comes in, I fingerprint them, take them first and process all their everything.
Okay, and during the course of your normal duties as a detention deputy, did you come into contact with the defendant Jamell back on February 13th of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
And where did you come into contact with him?
In the processing area.
And what was your role in processing the defendant?
My fingerprint.
And similar to your general duties, you would have processed him, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Showing the witness what was previously shown to defense counsel the state's name for identification. Deputy, can you take a look at that? It's a 2-page document, and when you're done, you can look up. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
How is it that you recognize it?
It has my CCN on it.
And what is your CCN?
It's a working fee.
Is that unique to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this in the same or substantially the same condition as when you last took it back on February 13th of 2019?
No, ma'am.
What's the difference?
I took the fingerprints on an electronic monitor.
And does BSO then store that electronic document in their BSO system?
Yes, ma'am.
Other than that, any change?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to evidence what was pre-marked as state's view as state's next numbered exhibit.
Objection?
No objection.
It'll be admitted.
States you mark states 27.
Deputy, do you have any further involvement with the defendant, Mr. Demings?
No, ma'am.
Do you see the defendant, Jamell Demings, in the courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you point him out by an article of clothing and his location in the courtroom?
I'm sitting to my right-hand side, has on a sweater and a school jacket.
Is that the individual that you fingerprinted back on February 13th of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
During cross-examination?
Just briefly.
Thank you.
The state calls.
I received 1 year of training to become an analyst, and we did a 40-hour course with the FBI, and we do continuous training yearly to keep up to date with what's going on in the forensic science unit.
Excuse me. Hey, Mr. Can you come stand up? Sure.
I think I left off when we were discussing your forensic training, right? And you do forensic proficiency testing,
Yes,
and how often is that done?
yearly.
Okay. And how many times in your work week do you say that you perform comparisons?
Every day.
And how often in your career have you performed comparisons?
1,000.
And have you previously testified in court,
Yes,
specifically here in the state of Florida?
yes.
How many times?
86.
And in this particular case, did you receive a comparison request from the state attorney's office?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor? I'm showing the witness was previously been shown to counsel as states double B for identification. Do you recognize page 1?
Yes, I do.
And how is it that you recognize that document?
Because I see my markings on there.
Okay, and those markings were made during the course of your comparison in this case.
Yes, they were.
Any alterations with relation to that document?
No.
I'm also approaching with what's in evidence in page 27. Do you recognize page 27?
Yes, I do.
And how is it that you also recognize page 27?
Because I see my markings.
Okay, it states 27, and what's currently now marked as, for identification purposes, it states double B, what you received for comparison in this case.
Yes.
Right, at this time, the state would move into evidence with a pre-mark that states BB as the next numbered exhibit.
Same objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. Objection number 2 ruled.
States BB will be marked states 28.
Just gonna retrieve this. Now, can you walk us through your comparison steps? What is that process like?
We follow our processes. HB, which stands for analysis, comparison, evaluation, and verification.
Okay, let's talk about the analysis phase. What does that entail?
That is when we look at the evidence and we determine whether it is quality enough for us to make a comparison.
Okay, and Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm going to provide these in case you need them for reference. Dates 27 and 28. So in your analysis step, what's the first thing that you're doing when you have dates 26 and 27?
I am looking at the quality of the prints that we receive.
And are you using any tools to assist you in this process?
Yes, we use a 4-power magnifying glass.
And in this particular case, when you completed your analysis stage, was it sufficient for you to move on to the next phase?
Yes, it was.
Okay, in the next phase you identified as the comparison phase.
Yes,
What does that phase entail?
that's when we look for details and minutia.
Okay, and what specifically, which exhibit are you looking for the minutiae and detail in?
The evidence,
So in front of you, if you can identify for the record state's number on the back,
EB,
which is now in evidence and states 27. It's 28, my apologies, 28. So you're looking for minutiae and detail. Why is that important?
because that is how I am able to determine whether it's quality enough for me to make an actual comparison.
And was stage 28 of quality value for you to compare and make a comparison in this case?
Yes, it was.
And we move on to the next stage at this point, the evaluation phase.
The evaluation is where once I make a comparison and I determine that it is enough or not enough detail for me to make a conclusion, and that is when I do say yes, that is either source identification or non-ident, or if it's inconclusive, well, I can't make a determination.
Okay, so there are a few options in every case, right? So you have source identification, you can exclude it, or it's inconclusive.
Correct.
Now, at this particular stage of comparison phase, what did you determine in this case?
That it was source identification,
Okay, and what was that based on?
that these two set of fingerprints were from the same source.
So states number 27, is that correct? And states number 28 are
Correct.
from the same source,
Yes,
meaning that the fingerprints that you compared are of the same source.
yes.
And what about the V stage, the verification stage?
Verification stage is where I give my paperwork to another analyst for them to do the technical verification of the work that I did.
Okay, and after, and before your verification step, you indicated earlier that there's some markings on the document. Are those markings, when are those markings made?
When?
Yes.
When I do my report.
So throughout the evaluation stage, before the verification stage, you're making those markings.
Correct.
And so when you're completed with the verification stage, do you formalize your opinion or your determination in writing?
Yes,
And that's placed on a report?
yes.
Your Honor, a moment to confirm. Your Honor, can I retrieve the evidence from the witness?
Yes.
And at this time, the state's requesting to publish states 27 and 28.
Okay.
Publishing states 27.
Excuse me, Derek.
What does it mean? And you should be able to see it in front of your screen, but states 27, you indicated the markings. Are those at the top left right here that I'm pointing to?
Yes,
Those markings that you've made?
yes,
Now publishing states 28. And the markings that you refer to in states 28 are those here that I'm pointing to on the bottom right.
yes,
And you indicated that the source of the identification on states 28 and on states 27 were the same source.
yes.
Nothing further.
Councilor Zink, Wilson, nomination.
I have nothing to say. Thank you.
Ms. Williams, excuse.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. May step down. Councilman Corey, next witness.
After this time, the state would be publishing the additional videos against state 7, and we'll be doing that very soon.
And I came into the with the evidence as well. Your Honor, pursuant to public records, I'm moving to evidence that was pre-marked as state CC for the next state's number. I've previously shown it to council.
Is there any objection?
Just to the relevance, Your Honor, objection relevance.
That's it, please?
Yes, sir. Your Honor, permission to call the case for a moment.
You ready?
That completes the publishing of state specific 29.
Some state resumes publishing of state 7. Channel 1, October 26, 2018, time on video 0208. Channel 1, October 26, 2018, time on video 21111. Channel 1, 10/26/2018, 217:43. Channel 3, 10/26/2018, 211. Channel 3, 10/26/18, 217:34. Count 3, 1026, 18, 219, 35. Ten 26, 2018, 22007. Ten 26, 2018, 221, 28. Ten 26, 2018, 02, 28, 38. Ten 26, 2018, 211, 10, channel 4. Channel 4, 1026, 2018, 217, 43. Channel 4, 10/26/2018, 02/21/37. Channel 4, 10/26/2018, 02/28/54. Channel 6, 10/26/18, 02/10/56. Channel 6, 10/26/18, 02/11/28. Channel 6, 10/26/2018, 02/17/33. Channel 6, 10/26/2018, 02/19/37. Channel 6, 1026, 2018, 02, 21, 28. Channel 6, 1026, 2018, 02, 22, 42. Channel 6, 1026, 2018, 02, 24, 29. Channel 6, 1026, 2018, 02, 25, 34. Channel 6, 1026, 2018, 02, 27, 09. Channel 6, 1026, 2018, 02, 28, 38. Channel 7, 10, 26, 2018, 02, 11, 03. Channel 7, 10, 26, 18, 02, 11, 10. Channel 7, 10, 26, 2018, 02, 17, 36. Channel 7, 10, 26, 2018, 02, 20, 11. Channel 7, 10, 26, 2018, 02, 21, 32. Channel 7, 10, 26, 18, 02, 28, 48. publishing of speech.
Ready to hear you now? Ready?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Jury entry.
Danielle, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect the presence of defendants, defendants, counsel, assistant state attorneys, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, as I said, the state is still on its case in chief, so prosecutor, Rowdy, with what you're going to do. Christopher Carter, please. Thank you.
Good morning, are you Mr. Carter?
Yes, sir.
Welcome, come on up here, let's throw witness stand. When you get up there, sir, what I'd like you to do is just remain standing for a bit, raise your right hand, you sworn.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Please state your full legal name for the record.
Christopher Allen Carter.
You spell the first and last name for the court.
KRISTOHER
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, please have a seat. Carter, that microphone in front of you will adjust up and down, not back and forth.
Sorry to repeat that.
It'll go up and down, but not back and forth. Ready?
Yes, sir.
Councilman?
Thank you. Good morning. How are you today?
Good yourself.
Could you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury and say where you work?
I'm a crime scene investigator for the City of Fort Lauderdale Police Department.
And so, Investigator Carter, how long have you been with the city of Fort Lauderdale as a crime scene investigator?
I am coming up on 4 years as an investigator with the City of Fort Lauderdale.
Prior to working for the city of Fort Lauderdale, where did you work?
I worked for the Miramar Police Department.
What did you do for the Miramar Police Department?
I was a crime scene technician for about 3 years.
What were your job responsibilities as a crime scene technician for the city of Miramar?
To respond to crime scenes and observe, document, collect, and pursue evidence.
When the 3 years you were there, can you give us a rough time frame?
I started about August of 2016 and transferred to Fort Lauderdale July of 2019.
What types of training and education did you have to work in crime scene?
I got my associate's degree at the Broward College in crime scene and also have over 100 hours in training related to forensics and crime scene investigation.
Are you required to do continual training on a daily basis?
When able to do the budgetary reasons, yes.
With regard to the training and stuff that you completed with the Miramar Police Department before you started engaging in cases, can you describe a little bit about that?
The The training that I went through, like I said, was the associate's degree program through Broward College, and within that, you are taught how to respond to crime scenes, how to observe crime scenes, how to observe evidence on crime scenes, and how to properly document and preserve those pieces of evidence and collect them.
Are you trained specifically in areas such as photography?
Yes.
What types of training and experience do you have in photography and documenting a crime scene?
During the associate's degree, I went through a particular class that was geared towards forensic photography, and that was aside from the main forensics degree program.
For forensic photography, what type of equipment do you use?
You use a digital camera, a external light source typically to better illuminate the pieces of evidence without a flash, and that's about it.
I want to go to October 26th of 2018. Did you have an occasion to be involved in a Miramar police case investigation under case number 18-10-06269?
Yes, it is.
At that point, where were you employed?
The city of Miramar, this one.
What was your role in that case at first?
I was requested to respond to the Broward County Medical Examiner's Office to observe the autopsies that were executed there, and also to process one of the decedents, and then later on to process the vehicle that was involved in the crime scene.
So at the medical examiner's office, can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where that's located?
It is located in Davie. I do not have an exact address, but
Is it within the city of Miramar?
yeah, it's not.
So after you left the medical examiner's office, did you return to the city of Miramar?
Correct.
You indicated you helped in processing a vehicle.
Correct.
Did you take photographs while you were processing that vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Approximately how many photographs did you take?
I believe it was around 422.
Prior to coming into court today, did you have a chance to review a much smaller selection of those 422 photographs?
Yes, I did.
Are these showing you what's been marked as states D for identification? It's a composite of photographs. Did you have an opportunity to look through these before you came into court today?
Yes, I did.
Do they fairly and accurately represent the photographs you took on October 26th of 2018?
They do.
Here at this time, the state would request to have states D and as state 30 and published to the jury.
Is there any objection?
No.
So they'll be admitted as composites, is that correct?
That's correct, Your
How
Honor.
many photographs?
I have to double check on that. I believe it is.
States DD will be more states 30.
I'm sorry, what number?
30. Thank you.
And Investigator Clark, you can touch the screen as well to indicate areas of interest. 65 photos done. Starting with photo number 1. What is this?
This is a photo identifier that we would take prior to the crime scene to properly show the date photographs were taken, the case number related to it, and the type of case and the location where the photographs were taken.
What location is 2811 Southwest 186th Avenue?
That is the Miramar Police Department substation.
Okay. The next photo, what are we looking at here?
This is a piece of evidence tape that was used to seal the garage that the vehicle was kept in.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is the evidence tape seal for?
The evidence tape seal is used by the seal to show that nobody has entered the premises from the time of when the investigator sealed the premises to when now I am responding and photographing the seal.
Was this seal here at the bottom of the large doors still intact when you responded?
Yes, it was.
Moving on to the interior door. What are we looking at in this photograph?
Again, you were looking at a seal of evidence tape that was placed by the investigator prior to their leaving, and then when I arrived, I photographed the seal to show it was still sealed on my record.
Moving on to the next photograph. What are we looking at here?
This is Detective Mark Martin reading the search warrant for the vehicle.
The vehicle in question, what is it?
It is a Jeep Compass.
Is that the same that's indicated on that photo in the red lettered writing?
Yes.
Moving on to the next photo. What are we looking at in here? And zoom in here to the hood area.
That is another piece of evidence tape used to seal the vehicle in the same way that when we seal the premises prior to a search warrant, the vehicle and all of its entries are sealed prior to the search warrant being executed.
So, for example, now looking at the screen down here at the bottom of the passenger side doors, that red item, is that the same evidence tape we've been looking at?
Yes, it is.
Moving on to the next photo. What are we looking at in this image?
This is showing the front passenger side portion of the vehicle.
Moving on to the next photo.
This is showing the exterior of the front passenger side and rear passenger side doors.
Have you begun executing and searching the search warrant at this point?
No, I have not.
So what is the purpose of all these exterior outside photos?
All these are to document the vehicle in which I found it when I responded to the search warrant, and all photos are taken prior to execution of the search warrant.
So again, going to the rear door seal, was that one still intact?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And the rear trunk seal, was that one still intact?
Yes, it was.
The initials MK that are on that, do you know who those belong to?
Yes, that is Michael Kelly,
And
which was my supervisor at the time.
You read my mind as to my next question. On the back of this vehicle photo, what is the tag number of the Florida tag that was assigned?
India Echo Kilo Delta 22.
For those of us not in law enforcement, can you please translate?
IEK D22.
The India Echo Kilo Delta that you just used, what is that commonly referred to? The alphabet.
Fanatical.
Going on, what are we looking at on this image?
This is showing the driver's side exterior of the vehicle.
And going through the seals on this particular item.
Sorry, read that.
The seals right here on this particular area or item of the door, was it intact?
Yes, it was.
Moving on to the front door seal at the bottom between the front driver's door and the rear driver's door. Was this seal also intact?
Yes, it was.
As to the state of the windows of the car, had they been manipulated in any way while you were taking these pictures?
No, they were not.
Moving on to the final picture of the evidence tape here on the driver's side door by the A column near the hood. Was this evidence seal still intact?
Yes, it was.
What was the VIN or vehicle identification number of this vehicle?
3C4NJDD B2 JT 198929.
The first photo that we're looking at here was now inside the vehicle. Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you're documenting in this photo.
From here, I took photos of the exterior of the vehicle. Then the doors of the vehicle were opened up. And as is, without anything being moved or disturbed, photographs of the interior of the vehicle were collected.
So you say without being anything moved or disturbed. what do you do to make sure that you're not contaminating any of the evidence?
I wear gloves prior to each time touching the vehicle. That goes with me touching my equipment, going back to the vehicle, vice versa.
The front passenger side view that we're looking at right here. Later on are the items collected,
Yes, they are.
and we'll get to that in a little bit. What area of the car are we looking at here in this next photo? My apologies.
That is the area between the front passenger seat and the door jamb for the front passenger door.
Okay. Next photo, what are we looking at here?
That is the front passenger side floorboard.
Moving on here, the seats, did you manipulate them in any way before taking this photograph?
Yeah.
Moving on into the next photograph, what are we looking at there?
Those are gold caps for teeth.
And so it's clear that that's a close-up photo from this rear passenger door. Is that a correct statement?
Yes, that's correct.
When we're looking out this rear passenger door, what are you documenting in this particular area?
I'm documenting the interior of the rear passenger door and the door jamb for the rear passenger door, as well as the seat and the floorboard of the rear passenger.
Moving on to the next image, what are we looking at in this photo?
That is a spent projectile.
So I'm going to go back a photo. Is that the same projectile that is down here?
Yes, it is.
Going forward again, what are we looking at in this image?
That is the rear passenger side floorboard and the items that were found there.
Continuing to the next photo, what are you documenting in this image?
In this image, you can see the partial back of the front passenger side seat, the, again, floorboard of the rear passenger side floorboard, the rear passenger side seat, and a projectile hole that you can see defect on the seat.
And so I'm going to zoom in on an area. Can you explain what you're talking about, the projectile hole?
Yes.
And you can use the screen to touch if you're to draw attention to certain areas.
I observed the defect in the seat. That is later on gone into detail.
Okay. Moving on to the next image here. What are we looking at?
This is the rear passenger side seat as well as the rear center console, and cup holders, and partial of the rear driver's side seat.
This area in the center with the two Sprite cans, is that how you found it in the down position?
Yes, it was.
In this image here, can you describe a little bit about what's the red and white plastic item on the bottom of the floorboard? What is that?
That is a plastic bag.
What are you documenting in this image?
This image shows the trunk which had been opened, and the photograph you can see the car manual and a jacket.
Did you disturb any of the glass? Did any of the glass move when you were opening that trunk?
Not that I recall.
What are you, in this next image, I'm going to go back one. Did you open the rear trunk to get better photographs inside?
Correct.
Is this the interior of the rear trunk lid?
Yes, it is.
Can you kind of describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury as to how the trunk lid is, how you're taking the picture so they can orient themselves in space?
In this photo, the orientation is staying at the back of the vehicle. The hatch trunk is opened up, and I'm looking upward at the interior of the trunk.
And so why did you take a picture of this white fuzzy stuff?
I observed a projectile defect.
Moving on to the next photo. What did you document here?
Is a yellow jacket that was found inside the trunk. I observed red stains on it.
Why would you document red stains?
These are presumptively would be blood.
Did you do any presumptive testing at this point?
Not at this point.
Moving on to this next image. What are we looking at here?
This is the rear driver's side seat. From the vantage point of the driver's side, the driver's side door. Shows the driver's side seat, the driver's side floorboard, as well as some of the cup holders and rear passenger side seat.
Next image, what are we looking at here?
This is also another photo of the rear driver's side and cup holder.
Next image, what are you focusing on in this particular image?
This photo shows the rear driver's side floorboard, which has a Gatorade bottle, a cap, and a white plastic bag.
Moving on to the next image, what are you showing here?
In this image, this shows the interior of the front driver's side door and the somewhat of the interior of the front driver's side seat and floorboard.
Moving on to the next image here, what are you looking at?
This image shows the steering wheel, partial of the front driver's side seat, the center console, and the side of the front passenger side seat.
On the next image now, we have a little bit different. Why do you put these yellow numbers?
These numbers, at the time I called photo markers, now my agency I refer to them as placards, so I might refer also as placards, but these placards show and denote items of interest that will be later be collected, and it's easier to recall back to a certain item and to show where that item is.
As you're documenting and collecting the evidence, do you use these photo markers in your reports and notes?
Yes, I do.
So to go back to the photo of 1, 2, 3, 5, where did you collect the items at photo marker number 1?
Yes, I did.
Do you maintain the liquids that are inside of them when you worked at the Miramar Police Department?
I do not recall.
As to photo marker number 3, did you collect the items of evidence that were there next to photo marker number 3?
Yes, I did.
Moving on to photo marker number 6, did you collect the gold teeth that were in that pocket there?
Yes, I did.
Item number 7, did you collect that item?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
That was the spent projectile.
For item that's at photo marker number 8, what was that and did you collect that?
I believe that is denoting the pair of shoes. Yes, I did.
And to go to a better picture for photo marker number 9, did you collect the item at photo marker number 9?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
That is a cell phone.
As to photo marker number 10, did you collect the 2 Sprite cans that were there?
Yes, I did.
Going on to the rear of the vehicle, photo markers 12, 13, and 14. Did you collect the various items listed in this photo?
Yes, I did.
Did you have help and assistance in processing this vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Who helped you?
Crime scene technician Tara Carroll.
Did you guys have a plan of attack as to how to process the vehicle?
We split up the vehicle into certain sections, and each process those areas of the vehicle and collected the items that were in relation to those areas.
So it's clear for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what section were you assigned?
I was assigned to the driver's side of the vehicle.
In your report, how did you write down which side you were responsible for?
In the report, it shows that swabs were taken from the passenger side of the vehicle, which was incorrect in the report, and was later shown as a correction in the property receipts, as well as the original swab deposits that were collected on state.
So let's stop for a second there and explain when you're collecting swabs, what are you doing?
I am using sterile distilled water and placing that onto a cotton swab and passing that or rubbing that over an area that in which I either believe there may be the presence of DNA, and that area is processed with a swab, then placed inside a sterile swab box, and on that swab box I notate where that item was, or what item was swabbed with those swabs.
So let's go very minute, detail by detail. First thing you do is what? When you're getting swab in the area, you swab in the area. Do you change your gloves? I want very precise.
Yes. I get my new pair of gloves out of the box and take the new sterile swab, open the swab packaging, and it's sealed and sterile, and open up a new sealed container of sterile water. And that water is then placed in drop form on the top of the swab, and then the swab is then rubbed over the area in which I intend to process.
Do you ever dip the swab back into the sterile water and sort of double dipping, for lack of a better term? After you swab the area, what's the next step you take?
The swab box is opened, the swabs are put inside the swab box, then that swab box is closed, and then I notate on the swab box what items processed with the swabs.
Do you complete the property receipt at that same time?
I do not.
When do you complete your property receipt?
The property receipt is completed later on in the office, when the items then going to be submitted to the Evidence Bureau.
When do you do your report?
The report is done following, usually, but when all work is done.
Okay. So in terms of the most accurate description of what is that swab is of, what would that be?
The note on the swab box.
Okay. So going back to the photos, in terms of the process and the timing, when you're doing the swabs, is it before these photos, after these photos, just so the jury understands the way you process the car?
The way I process it is I remove all items that are deemed as evidence, and I remove those from the vehicle. And then prior to any other processing, whether that be latent prints, the car is processed for possible DNA, and then there to latent prints.
And to be clear, did you do any of the latent prints in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Moving on to the pictures with the item markers, or photo markers, 10, 11, 16 here. Were those items 16, 11 collected?
Yes, they were.
Forgive me. In terms of the numbers and the item numbers, was there a time or a number that you collected 1 through 15, 1 through 20, the items, and Ms. Carroll collected the others?
Yes, they were.
And do you recall which specific photo markers and items you were responsible for collecting?
I would have to refer to my report.
Would you look at your report and refresh your recollection as to that?
Yes.
If I may approach that?
Yes.
I do have to refresh your recollection.
Yes.
Okay, that means I'll ask again, which items or photo markers were you responsible for collecting numerically?
Items 12 through 20 were the items that I collected.
In terms of these photographs, they were all taken by you. Is that a correct statement?
Correct.
Moving on to item number 18 and 17. Did you collect those two?
Yes, I did.
19 and 20 as shown here. Did you collect those?
Yes, I did.
What are we looking at in this photo here?
This photo shows the front portion of the vehicle with the hatch covering the spare tire removed.
The processing here again at what location of the car on this photo or next one?
This is the front driver's side floorboard.
Okay, you have, and what photo marker is here? So what are we looking at here underneath the brake pedal?
That I believe is a spent projectile.
Is that then marked with photo marker number 24 that we're looking at in this photo?
Yes, it is.
And item number 23, the glasses case. You were documenting that? Sorry.
Correct.
On to photo marker number 25. Did you take these images here?
Yes, I did.
Photo marker 26. Did you take those?
Yes, I did.
Are these the items that were in the glove box?
Yes, they are.
In terms of this enterprise receipt that we're looking at here, does that vehicle description listed on this enterprise receipt and VIN number match the Jeep Compass that you've been looking at?
No, they do not.
And the name of the individual who rented this vehicle, was that on this enterprise receipt? And not the Jeep Compass, my apologies, I'll rephrase. The enterprise receipt, did it have a name of a renter on it?
Yes, it did.
And what was that?
Jameson Francois.
I'm going to move on to the next photo here. What have you done to document the scene in this photo inside this Jeep?
In this photo, it shows trajectory rods that were placed inside of the projectile defects to show an approximate path of the projectile.
Excuse me, can we approach?
Oh. Investigator Carter, as you were saying, explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what are these green red items that are now in the backseat of the Jeep?
These are called trajectory rods. Like I said, they are used to show the approximate path of the projectile when it struck the surface.
How many trajectory rods are in this photo that we're looking at here?
There are 7.
Going forward to the next photograph, what are we looking at here?
This is the opposite side of the rear passenger side seat, showing the trajectory rods coming.
Objection. Same objection?
Yes, sir.
Overruled.
Again, showing what?
Showing the trajectory rods coming through the back of the rear passenger seat and through to the front of the passenger side seat.
And can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you place them?
The trajectory rods are placed through one defect, pass through the object, and then through the other defect on the opposite side.
Going forward to this next photo, all the other items of evidence have been removed. So I want to go for time frame. How long after the initial processing are we talking where you're doing these trajectory runs?
I do not have time.
When we're looking at this photo here, what are we looking at?
This is the rear driver's side interior door and floorboard seat.
Looking here at this photo, what are you documenting and where is it in relation to that last photo?
I am documenting a projectile defect that was in the door jamb of the rear driver's side door.
And so I'm going to go back to the last photo. If you could circle a couple of times on the screen the area that you are photographing in the next photograph. Okay. And going to the opposite angle view of that. Can you again circle the defect so it's clear? And to get this photo, how did you have to position the rear driver's side door?
The door had to be fully opened and the defect had to be photographed from looking from the inside of the vehicle out.
So going on to the next photograph here, you mentioned prior that there was a projectile on the seat that you recovered.
Correct.
Is this the process you had to undertake?
Yes, it was.
What did you do? Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
I used a scalpel to remove the top layer of the leather, and it showed a projectile that was situated inside the front of the seat.
Is this another view of that process?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Did you assign a photo marker to that item and collect it?
Yes, I did.
And what are we looking at this image?
This is an image of the projectile as it was removed from the phone to be fully photographed.
Okay. So those 65 photos that you took at the processing of the Jeep, is that, and we've gone through all of those. I'm going to move on now to the photos that you took of the items of evidence that you took. Investigator Carter, I'm now showing you what's been marked as states EE for identification purposes. Do you recognize those photos?
Yes, I did.
Did you have an opportunity to review them before you came into court today?
I did.
Do they fairly and accurately represent the processing that you did of the items collected from the Jeep?
Yes, I did.
Here at this time, the state requesting of state EE in as states 31.
Any objection?
No objection, but with the same representation that the disc contains only those photos.
That is correct, Your Honor.
No problems.
They'll be admitted with that representation.
States EE, states 31.
And that is 21 photos. So starting here at item number 12, what are we looking at here?
This is the yellow jacket that's collected from the trunk of the vehicle.
What, in terms of the item number 12 that's on here as well, is that the same yellow jacket?
Yes, it was.
Is the number 12 consistent every time you're using or photographing something from photo marker number 12?
Correct.
The other item that we see on here, kind of the L-shaped gray and white. What is that?
That is a scale.
What's the purpose of having that in your photographs?
The scale shows the size of the item that they look to the document. And the scale also has parameters on it that allow it to be fixed if not taken at the correct angle.
Understood. Moving on to the next photo, is it the opposite side of item number 12?
Yes.
What do you do in between items to ensure that there's no cross-contamination?
In between items, the paper on the floor where the item is placed is changed every single time. And my gloves are changed in between touching my camera and going back to the evidence.
When you say the paper that's down there, what is that? What specific type of paper do you use?
It's called a brown craft paper.
Is it ever reused during the course of the case?
No, it is not.
Moving on to the next photo, what are we looking at here?
That is a stock, a Jeep Compass user guide, and a box.
And what photo marker were these documented at the previous set of photos?
Photo marker 13.
Going on to this next photo, still at photo marker 13. What are you showing here?
I am showing the opposite side of both the stock and the Jeep Compass user manual and the interior of the box.
Moving on to item number 15. That is what?
That is a disposable lighter.
Did the Miramar Police Department policies and procedures allow you to maintain that item in evidence?
No,
Why not?
because of the combustible nature of the liquid inside.
So the documentation of this evidence is just the photographs.
That is correct.
Moving on to item 16. What photo marker were these items documented under?
Photo marker 16.
And what are we looking at here?
This is a belt, a disposable lighter, a pair of scissors, and a blue container.
Inside the blue container, based on your training and experience, what did that substance appear to be?
I observed a green leafy substance inside of the container.
Did it have any odor associated with it?
I do not recall.
Moving on to the next item number, what are we looking at here?
This is a Gatorade bottle with red stains on it.
And what photo marker was it documented at?
Photo marker 17.
Moving on to the next photo marker, what are we looking at here?
This is a water bottle, I believe a black plastic cap, a Gatorade bottle, also with red stains on it, and a white plastic bag with red stains, and containing a green plastic cap and a spent bullet casing.
Moving on to the next photo. Where was this casing located when you took the item out of the car?
The casing was located in a white plastic bag that was found on the rear driver's side floorboard.
Was it visible until you removed the bag?
No, it was not.
Moving on to this next photo with the scale and the large number 18. What are we looking at here?
This is a closer-up photo of the spent cartridge casing that was collected from a white plastic bag.
And if you'd be so kind as to tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is on the next photo that we're looking at and have zoomed in on.
This is the headstand of the spent cartridge casing that reads Blazer 40 S&W.
And I'm not going to assume anyone is familiar with firearms or anything of that. So could you please give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is a bullet cartridge or an unfired bullet?
A unfired bullet comprises of a projectile that is the front end of the cartridge casing, and the cartridge casing comprises of gunpowder, a primer, and when the primer is struck, the gunpowder there's an explosion that happens within the cartridge casing, expelling the projectile.
In a revolver, what happens to the casing, the cartridge casing that we're looking at here?
The cartridge casing stays within the cylinder.
If it is a semi-automatic firearm or automatic firearm, what happens to the casing?
The spent cartridge casing is ejected through the ejection port on the semi-automatic weapon.
So the projectile that we're looking at in some of the other photos, that would be contained with a casing to make a unfired bullet.
Sorry, repeat that.
So for some of the projectiles that you've seen in the other photos that you documented, like for example at photo marker 7 and 24, on those would be part of an unfired bullet along with a casing.
Correct.
Moving on to the next item that you collected. What were these?
These are 2 white sandals and a blue plastic container.
Is this a different blue plastic container than the one that was in the back seat?
I do not recall.
When determining the contents of this blue plastic container, what did you observe inside?
I observed an unknown green leafy substance.
Moving on to item number 20. Where were these items recovered from?
These were at photo marker 22. To know where in the vehicle they were collected, I would have to refer back to it.
Understood. So after those photos were taken, I want to now move on to the items that you actually collected. Yeah, can we go through them?
Councilman advised that this is probably a good time to break for lunch. So, under the admonition of the previously, you are not to discuss the case during break, obviously, not to discuss the period. Don't discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case going on, don't discuss the case in present. Certain, research, keep your notes and repairs, and it's now 12:30, so we'll see everybody back for today at 1:45, all right? Have a nice lunch, thank you.
You may be seated.
Thank you. Your attorney, yours.
How are you, sir?
Good, you have your lunch yet?
Had a good lunch.
Any doubts? Guy Arbor.
Move on. So, Your Honor, there is an issue that you need to raise. And you had asked when we have a stipulation ready, and it occurred to us that we should confer with our client before agreeing to a stipulation. We have. And he does not agree to stipulate the identity. We do maintain an objection based on the case law. We also contend that it is not credible that over the course of 4 years, there's nobody on this planet can be found to make the identities in question. So we maintain our objection to the identification being made through the witnesses that the state proposes, indicated on the record array, sidebar, and we decline to stipulate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, let me just actually start to look back. Yeah, it is.
You ready?
Here's no resident now.
I think just go one or two.
Right?
Good. Counsel, you ready to proceed? Yes. Yes, all right, bring them in.
Jury entry.
Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect the presence of our jury or the defendant, the evidence, the counsel, the assistant attorneys, and witness remains on the stand. And I'm sure you all had a nice lunch. I think any profile were still on your direct examination of the witness. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So if you wish, you may continue with your examination of Mr. Carter.
Thank you. Okay, Investigator Carter, we talked a little bit about some of the swabs that you collected. With permission, may I approach?
Yes.
It's been previously shown to defense and marked as case FF for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that packaging?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize that packaging?
It is the packaging for evidence of the Miramar Police Department in my handwriting.
And the items that are indicated on the front of that, are those items you collected yourself?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Now, did you see me cutting them open as you were sitting on the witness stand just a couple of moments ago?
Yes, I did.
You take an opportunity to look at the two items that are inside. And to use up.
Yes.
You left it there. Don't put it in. You then see there. Are those in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected them on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, they are.
Here at this time, you state you're requesting the state's FF into evidence and permission to publish?
Any objection? No. It'll be admitted.
States FF will be marked States 32.
Thank you.
And has to be recorded. Do you still have those gloves on? Sorry. Could I bother you to come here so we can do it on the screen so everybody can see? With your permission, maybe we can step down, Your Honor?
You may sit down, sure.
Thank you. Okay, just publish them one at a time. And you can identify them by the G or item number.
The G number is G65. It is the swabs from the rear driver's side door handle exterior of the Jeep Billhawk.
Okay. And is there identifying information to show what the tag number was and the Miramar case number on each of these?
On the swab box, yes, the case number is noted there.
Okay. And could you translate the time, please, to normal time for military?
That would be 5:30.
Okay. And if you would publish the second swab that is in there.
This would be G64. I'm sorry, I can't hear.
G64.
Thank you. And the UV swabs from the front driver's side door handle exterior of the Jeep.
Again, is it the same tag number that was on the photos that you took earlier?
Yes.
And is it the same time that you collected the other one?
This before.
Speak up just a little bit louder from the...
This before the other one.
Okay. And if you could put that one back in here. Now, before you leave, on the back of this, there are labels in terms of, does each label have an ID or evidence number or G number on it?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. You can resume your seat. I will have to ask you to look at a couple more things if you want to keep those up. Okay. And now approaching has been previously shown to defense counsel as states GG for identification purposes only. Do you recognize the hand on the outside of this bag?
I do not so.
Okay. If you would be so kind just to look inside at the manila envelope. Just look at that. Pick it up. Okay. Do you recognize the case number on that particular item?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I'm gonna get you scissors so you can open that one up. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that item?
It has my name on it and in my handwriting.
And then not in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, it is.
And what is that specific item?
This is a swab box containing swabs from the front driver's side door handle and interior of the Jeep.
If you could place it back in there. That was composite GG, put it up in there with those other items. Thank you. I'm now approaching with what's been marked as state HH for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that item?
It has my name on it and in my handwriting.
And is it in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected it on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, it is.
Here at this time, the state requesting to state HH in and permission to publish.
HH only, great.
HHGG is just foundation at this point.
Thank you. Is there any objection?
No.
It'll be admitted.
Okay? And investigator, if you'd be so kind as to step down again and publish it at the Queen Street. Thank you.
States HH will be on states 33.
You'd be so kind as to publish. And what item number or G number is assigned to this particular item?
This is G67, and this is swabs from the rear driver's side door handle interior of the Jeep.
Okay, and the time of collection on this one?
Would be 5:36
And on what date?
on 10/26.
Okay.
2018.
Times. Okay, thank you. Resume your seat. So, investigator Burton now showing you what's been previously marked as states II for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And you want to look inside and verify that it is what it says it is? Before you take it out, as value possible?
Yes, it is.
And what is that?
A plastic bag.
And in the same or substantially same condition as when you recovered it on October 26th of 2018.
Yes, it is.
Here at this time, the state would request me to state II into evidence and publish to the jury.
Is there any objection?
No, sir.
It'll be admitted. You may publish.
States II will be marked states 32.
And investigator for Carter, would you be so kind as to take it out and hold it up for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Where did this item come from?
This item came from the rear driver's side forward of the vehicle.
Thank you. If you could please place it back in the packaging. Investigator Curran is showing you what's been previously shown to defense. And marked for identification purposes only as states JJ. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that item?
It has my handwriting on it denoting the item that's inside.
Okay. Is it? And is that, have your evidence seal on it?
Correct.
Is that item in the same or substantially same condition as when you retrieved it on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, it is.
And what is that item?
This item is the one spent casing, the Blazer 40 S&W,
No.
photo marker 18.
Here at this time, the state of request to move states JJ in.
No objection.
It'll be admitted.
States JJ will be marked states 35.
And if I could be so kind to have you step down and publish it. Thank you. Do you recognize the handwriting on the back of that?
Yes, I do.
Whose is that?
That's my handwriting.
Okay. Is that the same casing that you recovered?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Thank you so much. If you could please return it to its packaging. Thank you. Thank you. I'm now showing approaching what's been previously marked as state KK for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that item?
Because this is an item that I photographed within the vehicle.
Okay. And if you want to take a seat and open it up, would you be so kind? And is that item in the same or substantially same condition as when you recovered it on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, it is.
And what is that item?
This is the Jeep Unimog.
Yeah, at this time, the state requesting states KK into evidence.
No objection.
No objection.
It'll be admitted.
States KK will be marked states 36.
Would you be so kind as to hold that up for the name of the jury? investigator Carter, with regards to states LL, I'm showing you for identification purposes only. There are multiple envelopes in that heat seal packaging. Do you recognize your handwriting on any of those?
I did not do so.
No? One moment to confer with the council.
Yes.
Nothing further from this witness.
Thank you. Councilman Clark, examination is finished.
Yes, please. How you doing, Mr. Carter?
Good. So,
I'm a little tired. Thanks for asking. Let me ask you a few basic questions. You collected a whole bunch of items from this car, correct?
yes, sir.
You know approximately how many items you collected?
I do not.
Would looking at your report refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir.
May I approach? Look, I remember that. May I approach you? Approximately how many items did you collect from this vehicle?
I believe 14. Honestly, 14.
14 items?
Correct.
And the purpose of collecting those items was to have them processed, correct?
That is correct.
And when we're talking about processing items, we're talking about attempting to get DNA on the item, off the item, correct?
We are trying to collect whatever is off of these evidence.
Okay.
Correct.
And you're really looking for either DNA or fingerprints, basically.
Correct.
And the reason for that is so that you can come in here and tell these folks who touched it, because no one has the same fingerprints, correct?
Correct.
Or who may have touched it but left their DNA on it, but no one has the same DNA, correct?
That's correct.
Oh. You processed this car the day of the homicides. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
What time did you get to the garage or wherever you were to process this vehicle?
May I refer to my report?
Yes. May I approach again?
Yes.
At 14:57 hours, I was requested to respond to the,
Translate that.
that would be 2:47, did I say?
How bad? Why are they taking long?
2:57.
2:57.
Correct.
And what time did you leave, if you recall? Because it seems like you were there several hours.
Nine 9:31 p.m. is when I entered the garage.
So how many hours was that, sorry? From 2:57 to 9:30, you said?
2:57 to 9:30, about correct.
Okay, so that would be, what, about 7 hours? Give or take a few minutes?
Correct.
And you had another fellow officer processing the car, half the car also, correct?
No, if she was a crime scene technician, not an officer.
Okay. And she was processing the car also?
That is correct.
She stayed about the same amount of time?
I believe so.
So between the two of you, you spent about 14, 15 hours processing the Jeep?
Correct.
Okay. And the purpose of that was so that you could collect all the evidence that could help the jury decide who was in that car and who may have been involved, correct?
That is correct.
And one of the items you collected was a rental agreement, which you testified to, I think belonged to Jameson Francois, correct?
That is correct.
He is the person who rented the vehicle, according to those documents, correct?
The vehicle listed on the documents.
And that was the Jeep that you spent about 15 hours processing, correct?
I believe the paperwork showed another vehicle, not the Jeep.
The lighter that you destroyed, you, of course, processed that to see who touched the lighter before you destroyed it, correct?
That is correct.
Now, when you collect an item, do you use a different pair of gloves for each item?
That is correct.
And what is the purpose of that?
The purpose is to not cross-contaminate items.
So you must have used quite a few gloves going through the Jeep in these 15 hours, like I said, correct?
Yes.
And you did a thorough search of this Jeep from the front all the way to the back, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware of any other officers or CSI or any detectives going back to that vehicle and searching it again?
Not that I recall.
And you mentioned something about swabbing certain items. Did I hear you correctly?
Correct.
And that was, again, to look for DNA on those particular items, correct?
Correct.
And each time you did a swabbing of an item, you took the old gloves off and you put the new gloves on, correct?
That's correct.
And when you collected the Gatorade bottle and various items. Each time you collected the Gatorade bottle, you used a pair of gloves. Then on the water bottle, you used a different pair of gloves, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes.
Fair enough. You also mentioned something about latent fingerprints. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, a latent fingerprint is something that usually is not visible to the eye, correct?
With a blue lighting, you can see sometimes at some sort of distance.
But normally, a latent fingerprint is you're looking for is a print that's not visible to the naked eye, correct?
Not completely correct.
Okay, correct. Where am I wrong?
I was saying if you use a blue lighting on certain surfaces, a latent fingerprint can be visible.
Okay. As a lay citizen, if I'm not carrying a blue light, would you see the fingerprint on a particular eye?
But I don't know what I'm talking about.
Any eye. If it's a latent fingerprint, would you see the fingerprint if I didn't have a blue light?
Yes.
You would. What we're talking about is if I touch a jury rail like this, you could process it even though we don't see any fingerprint. And you could lift possibly a fingerprint or an impression of a fingerprint from it, correct?
That's correct.
And then you could take this and say, guess what? Student touched this. That's me, by the way. Correct?
Correct.
And that's what you're looking for.
Correct.
Oh. You don't do the comparisons.
No, I do not.
Someone else does.
Correct.
And that's why there are these various.
Repeat that, sorry.
That's why they're in these various evidence bags, because they're sent to someone else to do the processing for lighting fingerprints and DNA. Right?
Correct.
Okay. When you left, after you and your fellow workers spent about 15 hours going over this car, you collected all physical evidence and processed that car completely, right?
Correct.
You were never asked to go back to that vehicle?
Not that I recall.
I got to ask you one other question, if I may. There was a photograph in Exhibit 30 that displayed Detective Moretti reading the search warrant. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Who was he reading?
To us.
You.
Correct.
And he read it from start to finish?
Correct.
May I have one moment, sir? Thank you so much for that.
Thank you. Can I redirect this witness?
Yes, sir.
Hold on one second, excuse me.
Restroom good?
All right, we need a restroom break. Ladies and gentlemen, put down your notepads. Remember the admonition, do not discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case in presence or no research. Thank you. Thank you. Let the record reflect the jury stepped out. Councilman Manuel was defendant. Anything to discuss, counsel? No. How about you, Mr. Dempsey? You're up free. Here you go.
Good. All right, we're recessed. Thank you. You ready? How about you, Councilman? You ready? All right, you agree now?
Jury entering.
Then, Joe, thank you. You see, let the record once again reflect the presence of the defendant, defendants of the counsel, the assistant state attorneys, the government jury, or witness, Brent, Carter, excuse me, remains on the stand. Counsel, if you want to finish with your redirect examination, thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. So Investigator Carter, drawing your attention to state 30, that you indicated in questioning by defense counsel, you believe that a different type of car was indicated on this rental agreement?
That's correct.
And was the vehicle that you analyzed a 2018 Jeep Compass?
Yes.
The vehicle that's listed on this enterprise receipt in the name of Jansen Francois is what?
2018 Nissan.
Council asked you about being able to see fingerprints with the naked eye, and said something about a blue light. Did you say blue?
I did not.
What did you say?
I said oblique lighting.
And can you explain what oblique lighting is to Melly and John the jury?
Oblique lighting is when you pass light over a surface, say this countertop, and say the possibility fingerprint is on this countertop. If you pass a light at an angle that is almost parallel with the surface, the oils are visible, the tips and valleys of the oils are visible to the naked eye, much like if you look at your cell phone screen, you can see fingerprints with the way your skin.
So can you explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is a latent print impression?
A latent fingerprint impression is a fingerprint that is either unviewable to the naked eye or mostly viewable, which is then processed to be able to view better.
And what do you do to process it to make it view better?
You can use several different types of chemicals or processes. The most common is black fingerprint powder.
When a fingerprint is selected, can you put a timestamp on when it arrived on a surface?
No.
Is there things that you take into account as to environmental conditions as to whether or not you would find it?
Objection, lady.
Is overruled. You can answer.
Is there any environmental conditions you take into account when trying to process for fingerprints?
Yes, when a fingerprint, when a surface is wet, possibly with humidity, different processes can be used to collect those fingerprints. Black fingerprint powder does not work on wet surfaces, and we use what's called SPR, also known as small particle reagent, which is then sprayed over the surface, which then adheres to the oils on the wet surface.
With regards to talking about surfaces, can you explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury which surfaces are ideal and which are less than ideal for recovering fingerprints?
The best surface that you can have to recover fingerprints would be a smooth, non-porous surface, and other surfaces that are porous can be processed for latent prints, but it requires extra chemicals and different processes for a smoother surface.
What about fabric?
Fabric? Yeah.
CSI wrong on that?
Sorry?
CSI, did you go wrong on that?
Sometimes.
With regards to DNA, when we see DNA with the naked eye,
Yep.
so how do you determine what areas to process?
The different areas you go through the process of elimination on the thought process of what is possibly been touched. I am taking swabs to see if there's DNA, and there is no DNA. And you are merely collecting what is there.
In terms of the other evidence in this case, have you reviewed a surveillance footage before you collected the DNA swabs in this case?
No.
Have you ever seen surveillance footage of anything in this case?
Objection beyond the scope.
Overruled.
Have you ever seen the surveillance footage in this case?
Yeah.
No?
No.
Nothing else, Hannah?
Anything else to this witness? No?
Yeah.
Is he excused?
Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir. You may step down, you're excused. For your next witness?
Sarah Carroll?
Good afternoon. Tara Carroll. Yes. Welcome. This is our witness stand over here. Come on up, please. When you get your witness stand, you put your things down. Just remain standing for a bit. Raise your right hand, you swear.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please state your full legal name for the record.
Tara Carroll,
Please spell your first and last name for the court reporter.
TARACARROR.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Ms. Carroll, that microphone in front of you will only adjust up or down. It doesn't move back and forth, all right?
Okay, thank you.
You're all set?
All set?
Counsel, if you're ready, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Carroll. How are you today? Good, thank you.
Where do you work?
At Miramar Police Department.
How long have you worked with Miramar Police Department?
I've been here now almost 7 years.
And what do you do with the Miramar Police Department?
I am a certified crime scene investigator.
Can you explain a little bit about the background and education that you have to become a certified crime scene investigator?
Yes, ma'am. I have my degree in crime scene technology. And then once on board with Miramar, we take quite a few trainings throughout our employment. I also became certified with IAI in 2019, which required training as well.
Okay, so I want to go through some of the training that you've done over the years.
Okay.
Starting in 2012, was that part of your degree that you talked about?
Yes, ma'am.
And so what years did you attend and what college did you attend to get your degree?
That was Kaiser University, and it was 2012 to 2014. And we took what was considered 4 classes. So those were all hands-on training classes.
Were all of your courses at Kaiser University with regards to crime scene and forensics?
Most of them, yes.
Once you were employed with the Miramar Police Department, you said you did continuing training.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you attend classes in crime scene reconstruction?
I did.
Did you attend classes in bloodstain documentation and collection methods?
Yes, ma'am.
Firearms and tool marks?
Yes.
Collecting footwear and tire impressions?
Yes.
Latent fingerprints and
Yes.
fingerprint identification?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you do crime scene imaging?
I did.
Okay. Did you attend classes with the U.S. Department of Homeland Security Incident Command?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you conduct new hire training with crime scene when you first came on to Miramar?
A couple of years in, then I would train some of our new members.
Explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that first initial crime scene training is.
Training the.
At Miramar, when you first came on, what were you trained in, processes, procedures?
Okay, yes. We were trained in documenting, processing, and collecting evidence, but it was a 4-month training. So we basically shadowed whoever was working that day, and we were on 24/7 on call for 4 months straight.
So with regards to that, the individual that you were shadowing, do you recall who that was?
It was a couple different people. My supervisor, Michael Kelly, my coworker, Lisa Cruz.
And so with regards, you said Michael Kelly is your supervisor.
Yes, ma'am.
Has he been your supervisor the entire time you've been in crime scene?
He has.
After you finished your training, did you then begin casework as a crime scene investigator?
I did. At that time, I was considered a crime scene technician until I was certified and then became a crime scene investigator.
So what's the difference between a crime scene technician and a crime scene investigator?
It is the certification. It's a actually worldwide certification through the International Association of Identification. It's a prestigious forensic network.
And with the International Association of Identification, is there proficiency testing that is done?
What do you mean by proficiency?
Do Do you have to take coursework and show that you are able to do the work that you are certified?
Oh, absolutely, yes. We had to have a certain amount of training hours. I believe it was maybe 120 of their certified trainings. And then you also had two college textbooks, pretty big books that we were tested on. We had 100 question tests as well.
As a crime scene technician or crime scene investigator, are you a sworn law enforcement officer?
No, ma'am.
Are you a civilian employee?
Yes, I am.
I'm going to draw your attention back to October 26th of 2018.
Okay.
Did you have an occasion to become involved in the investigation of the New York case number 18-10-06269?
Yes, ma'am.
What was your role?
I became involved, I believe it was the day after, when there was a search warrant obtained for a grade sheet.
Sure.
Ms. O'Shea?
It was me, I apologize, I'm not hitting one button.
Okay, going back to October 26th of 2018, were you asked to assist crime scene technician or crime scene investigator Christopher Carter executing a search warrant?
Yes.
Okay. When you got that call and you responded to the West substation, what were you assigned to do?
I was assigned to assist him in processing the vehicle.
Did you collect swabs of DNA?
I did.
What side of the car were you responsible for?
I was responsible for the passenger side of the vehicle.
Did you also collect latent fingerprints?
I did.
And what side of the car were you responsible for the latent fingerprints?
That was the driver's side. I did the latents.
While you are on scene and processing the items that you collected, are you taking photographs on scene during the search warrant of the Jeep?
Christopher was taking the photographs, yes.
That was your job to take photographs at the lab?
Yes, I took photographs of whatever I collected.
Oh, and so is there a specific reason why you take your photographs and he takes his?
We've always done it that way. That's just the policy.
Okay. Showing defense counsel, it previously had an opportunity to go through, states MM for identification purposes. Investigator Carroll, did you have an opportunity to review the photos in the USB here prior to coming into court?
I did.
Did those photos fairly and accurately depict the items that you processed at the lab after they were collected?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know that those photos are the same that's on that USB?
Because I initialed the USB.
Here, at this time, the state would request to submit the case MM into evidence and publish to the jury.
Any objection?
No objection.
They'll be admitted. How many photographs are there, Counsel?
Just one moment here, I think 37, but I'm going off memory.
States MM, more states. 37.
24, I apologize. 24 photos.
I did 24 photographs. Thank you. Thank you, Counsel.
I got it. Right.
Very thank you. Sorry, Bobby, you want to send this? So that you can see the image in front of you on the screen as well.
Yes.
Okay. So the item 1 that's on there, what's the purpose of that item 1?
One would be the photo marker, so that would explain, once you look back at the photos of the search warrant, every piece of evidence that was collected is marked with a number. So you would see a cone or some sort of photo marker. So that's what was noted as photo marker.
The liquids that are in these bottles, are they maintained by the Miramar Police Department?
No, so we did, I believe there was a sample of the liquid taken out of the Zephyr Hills bottle, but no, we don't submit liquids to property and evidence.
Going on to the next photo, was found at what photo marker?
At number 2?
Moving on to photo marker number 3,
Yes, ma'am.
where this was found in what area of the Jeep?
May I refer to my report?
Please, if that would help, or refresh your recollection.
Number 3 was found on the front passenger side floorboard.
On item number 3, still looking at that same number, what is this photo showing?
Usually we'll photograph the front side and then again the back side.
The green leafy substance that is visible in this photograph, was that submitted for testing at the Broward Sheriff's Office Crime Lab?
Yes, ma'am.
Going on to item number 4. Were these items collected from that same Jeep?
From the same Jeep, yes.
And in terms of the receipt, are you familiar with the Fountains of Miramar?
I am.
And the Chick-fil-A indication restaurant on the top of that. Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where that is in the city of Miramar?
If I'm correct, the Fountains would be out west. I'm not exactly sure the names of the streets.
Okay. And in terms of the date and time on this receipt, is this clearly and accurately depict this photograph, how the receipt looked when you collected it on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what date is on there?
October 25th, 2018 at 11:20 a.m.
Okay. On item number 4, you indicated this would be the backside of any of those items?
Yes.
Item number 5, is this depict how you found this in the Jeep?
Yes, ma'am.
Item number 6,
Yes.
and do you recall where these were found, this item?
I believe it was in the, like the cubby of where the handle on the door was.
Item number 7,
Yes.
what are we looking at in item number 7?
That would be a projectile.
Item number 8, do you recall collecting these items?
I do.
And where were they found? Do you need to refresh your
Yes.
recollection? If there's anything that would, please do so silently to yourself and look up when you're done.
You know, and I'm sorry, I don't have listed the location of that. It was on the passenger side. I just, I would have to see an overall photo. I'm not going to know for sure.
So in terms of wherever photo marker number 8
Yes.
was, the yellow cone or placard.
Exactly.
The green leafy substance in this one by photo number 8, was that also sent to the Broward Sheriff's Office Crime Lab for analysis?
Yes.
We stipulate that that's marijuana, just leave it on.
So then, in terms of that, that stipulates the introduction of state LL?
I stipulate that it's marijuana, I didn't stipulate to its introduction, I'm object to its relevance.
So with regards to,
Sidebar, please, Rick. One second, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, when lawyers or parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is up for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated fact that you must accept as true is that the item in marker 8 is cannabis. The green leafy substance is cannabis or marijuana. Is that
Thanks.
correct stipulation, counsel?
That is correct.
State?
So accepted, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to photo marker number 9. Did you document in your report where photo marker number 9 was?
Rear passenger floorboard.
Okay. The item that we're looking at here, what is this?
Cell phone with a cover.
Did you collect and process items 10?
I did.
Item 11?
Yes, ma'am.
Item 21?
Yes.
Are you able to preserve item 21 at the Miramar Police Department Property and Evidence Unit?
No, we're not.
Why?
Because it's a flammable substance and it can't be checked as evidence.
Prior to checking it into evidence, do you process any such items?
I do.
How so?
Depending on the item and what is requested of us, usually we'll swab it for DNA or fingerprint.
Moving on to item 22 and 23, these are processed and collected. What is item number 24?
That would also be a projectile.
And which side of the car did this projectile come from?
Okay.
If you need to refer to your notes, please do so. Want to make sure you're accurate.
Okay, this one was on the driver's floorboard underneath the pedals.
So this is now item 25. What are we looking at here?
Yes, ma'am. This was a combination of items that were found in the pocket behind the seat. May I look at my report
Yes,
again?
if you need to.
Behind the front passengers.
The phone that we're looking at in this photo, was it turned on?
I don't know.
Was there any damage to that phone?
I don't recall it. It doesn't appear so from the back shot.
Okay. And then going on to item 27. Did you recover that item?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall what part of the car that projectile was recovered from?
I'm pretty sure that was inside of the seat.
And if you want to verify, take
Yes,
a moment to refresh
please.
recollection, please do.
Removed from the inside of the rear passenger side seat.
With regards to the processing
Yes.
for DNA, did you do that on October 30th of 2018?
Yes, I did.
Okay. The photographs that we just went through, were those taken on October 31st of 2018? And would looking at the data on the phone or on the photos themselves on the screen help you?
Oh, yes. There you go. Yes, ma'am.
So after you took those photos and you documented all of those items, did you then try and process items for latent prints that were recovered from the car?
Yes.
How do you do that?
To process for latent prints, we will usually start with a fresh pair of gloves. I'll place the item on a fresh pair of piece of butcher paper. And then we use Lin PV black powder, and fiberglass brush.
And in terms of once you get the latents, what do you do to determine whether they are of value or not of value?
Okay, so once we lift them, and we'll place them on a lift card, which has the information on the back, the print on the front, then I'll usually pass it by my supervisor, see if he thinks it's a good enough quality to submit. And as long as he agrees, then we submit it to the BSO lab for analysis.
Does the Miramar Police Department do any in-house fingerprint analysis?
No.
In terms of, in this case, did you process all of the little blue round containers containing cannabis?
I processed the ones that we showed here, yes, like the pictures.
And in terms of finding latent prints, any that you found that would have been submitted?
May I repeat again? Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I'm going to go forward to February 6th of 2019.
Okay,
On that date, if you collect glass from the Jeep,
I did.
what was the purpose of collecting the glass?
There was glass found at a scene of US 27. So in order to determine that it was the same glass that came from the Jeep, they had collected that glass from the scene, and I went to collect the glass from the Jeep, from different parts of the Jeep, so then we could then send it off to FDLE for analysis.
Oh. So I want to start with showing you what's been previously marked as states in for identification purposes. What's been previously shown to the defense prior to Okay, showing you what's been previously marked as states in for identification purposes and shown to defense counsel.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize those items?
I do.
How do you recognize those items?
It's my handwriting.
What are they?
They are the latent lift cards from the vehicle. So those would be the actual cards that I told you that the print would be on the front and information on the back.
Are they in the same or substantially same condition as when you lifted them on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, if you request for states into evidence.
No objections, sir.
They'll be admitted.
States in will be marked states 38.
Then approaches what's been previously shown as states LL. Do you recognize the items in states LL?
Yes, ma'am.
Are they in the same condition when you collected them on October 26th of 2018?
Yes.
The heat sealed packaging with the green label on it. Is that done by the Miramar Police Department?
No, it's not.
The other items inside, are they in the same or substantially same condition as when you recovered them?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state requests to move states LL into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
They'll be admitted.
States LL will be marked states 39.
Okay, showing you what's been previously shown to defense counsel and labeled for identification purposes only as states O. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
That appears to be latent cards.
Are those in your handwriting?
Yes, it is.
Are they in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected them on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request to state 00 into evidence.
No objection.
They'll be admitted.
States 00 will be marked states 40.
Now showing defense counsel has been previously marked as states P for identification. Showing you now, Ms. Carroll has been marked as states PP for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that?
I do.
How do you recognize that?
It's also in my handwriting.
And is that item something you collected?
It is.
What is it?
There was a rental agreement for the Jeep and another receipt for a phone repair out of the glove box of the Jeep.
And are they in the same or substantially same condition as when you recovered them?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request an states double P into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
They'll be admitted.
States double P will be marked states 41.
Showing counsel what's been marked as states Q. This here, Carol, showing you what's been marked as states Q for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that?
I do.
How do you recognize that?
Also in my handwriting.
What are those items?
These would be collection tins full of the glass fragments from the Jeep, from the separate areas of the Jeep.
Are those in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected them in November of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Or I'm sorry, February of
February,
2019.
yes.
My
Yes,
apologies. Here, on this time, state is requesting the state Q in.
No objections.
It'll be admitted.
That's a composite of 3.
States QQ will be marked states 42.
I'm going to draw it now showing defense counsel has been marked as states S. Investigator, I'm showing you now has been marked for identification purposes only as states S.
Okay.
Do you recognize those items?
I do.
How do you recognize those items?
Also my handwriting and my initials.
Are those items in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected those on October 26th of 2018?
Yes.
And how do you recognize what those are?
Well, I see on the bag, it's 3 projectiles and I can hear on it.
And are they in the same or substantially same condition?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request the states SSN.
No objection, Your Honor.
They'll be admitted.
States SS will be marked states 43.
Showing defense counsel. Ms. Crown, showing has been previously marked as states T
Yes,
for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that item?
I do.
How do you recognize that item?
It's my handwriting and I remember the item.
And is that in the same or substantially same condition when you collected on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request the states T into evidence.
No objections.
It will be admitted.
States TT will be marked states 44.
I'm now showing you for identification purposes only. What's been marked as states U for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that item?
I do.
How do you recognize that item?
By my handwriting.
And what is that item?
These is the pair of sneakers that were found in the rear passenger floorboard.
And are those the ones that you documented in the photos we looked at earlier?
The red ones, correct.
Are they in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected them in October 26th of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request permission to enter states you into evidence.
No objection.
It will be admitted.
States you will be marked states 45.
So going forward now, Investigator Carroll, did there come an occasion in which you came into contact with the defendant, Jamell Dennis?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Showing defense counsel has been previously marked as states R. Investigator Carroll, do you recognize these items?
I do.
What are
These would be buccal swabs of Mr. Davis.
they? And explain what buccal swabs are, please.
They are swabs of the inside of your cheek to obtain your DNA.
Are these in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected them?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you identify for the record who you collected these items, the swabs from?
From Mr. Davis.
And can you please identify him by an article of clothing and where he's sitting in the court?
Yes, at the defendant's table with the navy blue suit and silver shirt.
Silver shirt. Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness to identify the defendant.
The record shall so reflect any more identification of the defendant.
And as to states R, the state should submit those now into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection, they'll be admitted.
States RR will be marked states 46.
So Ms. Carroll, at this point, if I could ask you to bring some gloves and ask permission for her to step down to publish the items that have just been entered.
Speak on the screen.
Yes, Your Honor.
Garrett, on the screen.
Oh, sorry.
No, Garrett. Just okay. Thank you. Well, you can.
So Ms. Carroll, let's start with asking you, Investigator Carroll, apologies, to publish the 3 projectiles, and I will get scissors for you. If you want to set the podium back there. So I'm going to start by publishing State 43. Okay. You just that is there an item number on each of these?
Yes, there is.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the item or group number is that's indicated on each of these property stickers?
The group number is basically just the item number. So each individual item that we collect gets an item number when it's put into property.
Are these stickers generated by Property and Evidence of the Miramar Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So if you could start with, and this is item number, you have it as 27. And would that correspond with the item number on your property receipt?
Yes, it would, and that's the photo marker number as well.
Okay. Maybe so kind just to publish, and then inside of it as well? And so 27, that was the rear seat projectile.
Yes.
Okay.
Inside.
Thank you. You just want to move that one, close that one, so we don't get confused, and you put that up inside. You go to the next one. And And you know what this projectile is?
This is number 7, and that would be from the rear passenger floorboard.
Okay, be so kind as to open that up. Thank you. And what item is this?
This is number 24, projectile front driver side floorboard under the pedals.
Okay. Thank you so much. I'm going to repackage those. And then next, if you would be so kind as to open the latent. And could you just pick one to show as a demonstrative to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the latent cards look like?
Sure. So this would be the front of the card with the tape where the actual lift happened. And we always initial down at the bottom. And then on the back of the card would give you the information, the date and time it was lifted, the address, and where it was lifted from.
And that would be the same for what's known as state 40 as well?
Yes.
Would you so kind as to show those?
Sure.
Is there any rhyme or reason as to the different sizes of the latent print cards?
Well, usually the larger cards would be used if there's maybe a couple fingers or something that would be larger than this actual card.
And be so kind, and again, to show on the smaller version how it's done.
Yes, so this would be the front with the tape. And the back with the information.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
I'll put that in there. Thank you. Okay. Resume your seat. Thank you. So, Mr. I want to go forward to March 1st of 2019.
Okay.
We asked to process a cell phone that was recovered here at the courthouse.
Yes, it was.
On March 1st of 2018, I'm sorry, the iPhone that you were, or the phone that you were requested to process, what type of phone was it?
May I look at my report?
Yes.
It was a Apple iPhone X, gold, rose, and color.
Did it have a distinctive serial number on that phone?
It did.
And what was that serial number?
It's FFNXB1VPHF.
When you were provided that phone, what were you asked to analyze on it?
I was requested to both photograph and then process it for possible blood.
Did you do that?
I did.
With regards to the blood testing, what type of testing did you do?
I did Blue Star.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is Blue Star?
Yes, Blue Star latent blood reagent. It's a chemical that we could spray on something that we presume may have had blood at one time. It could have even possibly been cleaned up. And if there was a presence of blood, it reacts with the hemoglobin, different chemicals, maybe with amino acids in the blood, and it fluoresces.
This rose gold iPhone X ending with the serial number of 1VPHF Did it have any fluorescence or glow?
The results were negative.
With regards to the DNA swabs that were collected, does the Miramar Police Department do any in-house DNA processing?
No, ma'am.
One moment to confer with co-counsel.
Yes.
So I want to go back to November 28th, 2019.
Okay.
Were you present for a trajectory analysis?
I was.
Okay. In terms of your role in that analysis, what did you do?
I just assisted with placing the trajectory rods as well as labeling the rods to show the path of the bullets.
With regards to determinations of things coming outside of the car, what were you trying to establish?
The outside of the car, we were trying to establish basically, well, an approximate height of the shooter, as well as if there was any angles or exactly how the bullets hit it.
Did you do a shooting reconstruction?
No.
Is there a difference between those two?
Yes.
Are you trained and able to do a shooting reconstruction?
I am not trained for it, and we do not have the equipment for that. Yes.
So going on to later on in this investigation, have you had a chance to see that vehicle again since that processing?
Yes.
And were you made aware that additional agencies assisted in investigating that vehicle?
I was, yes.
Other projectiles were recovered that were not from the Miramar Police Department. Were you aware of that?
I was, yes.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why the Miramar Police Department couldn't get those projectiles out of the car?
Yes, in certain situations like that, you may have to take the car apart, basically, and we just simply don't have the type of equipment that would be needed for that.
Other than what we've talked about so far, does that complete and describe your involvement in the investigation in this case?
Yes.
Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Thank you, Counsel. Any cross-examination this witness?
Yes, sir. I'd just like to clarify a few things. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Let me start where you ended. Ms. Bradley alerted you to the fact that there were some projectiles that were recovered from the vehicle that you had not recovered during your processing of the vehicle.
Yes, sir.
And did you find them? And just when you processed the vehicle, you found them, but you weren't able to recover. Is that what we're to understand?
No, we did. We collected everything we found.
Okay, so you didn't find it. It's not a situation where you found the existence of the projectiles, made note of them, but were unable to recover them. You just didn't find them.
We didn't find them. We documented all the holes, but we did not go into the metal or tear apart the seats looking for that. Yes.
Okay. But so you're saying the projectiles that you did not find were in holes, the existence of which you doubted?
I'm assuming. I'm not positive about that.
You don't even know that you found the hole that the projectiles were found in. You can't say that.
No. I mean, they would obviously have to be in one of the holes, but I would not know which holes.
Right. You might have missed those perforations altogether, is what you're saying.
I mean, it's possible. I don't know if that we did miss any, but it is possible.
So you can't really help to educate us on how thorough your processing was because you don't even know where the projectiles came from that you did not find, right?
No.
Okay, because of course, if you saw a perforation in a part of the vehicle where a projectile obviously went into,
Right.
but you didn't see an exit, you would assume it was still in there, right?
Yes, but they can ricochet around the vehicle as well. That doesn't always mean that's the exit.
Sorry, I might have misspoke. You would speculate that maybe it's still in there.
Yes.
And since your department lacked the ability to take the vehicle apart, you would have alerted your supervisor, prosecutor, BSO to the fact that there is a perforation that we observed, but we lack the ability and technology to fully investigate, and therefore, in order to make sure that there is a complete investigation, please look into that. You would have done that, right? If you saw it.
We just document what we see. Like, I'm not the one that would be reporting that to anybody. So, yeah, we would just take photographs of what we see and place the rods in those areas.
Okay. So this would be kind of a not my job situation. I took a picture of a hole, something might be in there, but let somebody else figure out whether to go check them, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
All right. I noticed that in various parts throughout your report,
Okay.
it indicates the sentence begins before it lists the items that you retrieved using a fresh set of latex gloves, right? That's because you use a fresh set of latex gloves for each particular item that you retrieve?
Not necessarily. If the items that we're collecting are grouped together in a group, then that's usually the same set of gloves already touching.
Okay.
If I'm changing areas, then yes, I will change my gloves.
Okay. So if you put on a set of latex gloves, let's take, for example, we saw a photograph that juxtaposed condoms with a Bible.
Okay.
Unholy matrimony, right? Okay. And you found them in the same location, that's why you took them in the same photo?
Yes, sir.
And you were presuming, therefore, that the same person put the Bible in there and the condoms in there? Or were you risking contaminating them by using the same gloves to retrieve them both?
They were all already grouped together, touching. So if there was any contamination to be done, it would have already happened. They were all bound together in the same place.
Okay, so you're telling me that all of those items were touching each other?
Yeah, it was in the back seat pocket.
Why does that mean they were touching each other?
They were all grouped together
Okay,
in
so
the
you don't,
pocket.
no, I'm sorry.
They were all grouped together in the pocket when I pulled them out.
Okay. So you don't have a photograph depicting them as you observed them touching each other. You're just assuming maybe they were, since they're all in the same pocket, right?
I mean, I would assume there was a photograph. I don't know. I didn't take the photographs that day.
Okay. Well, let's talk about items. Are you saying that you only change gloves for individual items when they exist in a contained compartment such that they may all be touching each other?
No. If they're all touching each other, if they're in a group, like if you had a pile of bloody clothes, I'm not going to change my gloves in between each item of clothing because they're sitting on top of each other. But if there was a pile here and a pile over there, then yes, I would change my gloves in between this pile and that pile.
Okay. So are you saying under oath that the only time that you do not change your latex gloves when you're retrieving items if you observe them physically touching each other? Is that what you're saying?
That's usually the policy, yes.
But that's not.
That I follow every time.
Okay. Sorry to belabor the point, but what I thought I heard you say is that if items are in the same area,
right,
you may not necessarily change your gloves, right?
Right. yes, if they're found in the same area, grouped together.
Okay, that's what you meant to say, in the same area, grouped together such that they're touching?
That's what I thought I said, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay, and that's the only time that you didn't change your gloves in this case?
I mean, I don't really recall exactly. I follow the same procedures every time.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay. I have here, do you have your reports with you?
Yes, sir.
All right. Could you reference the one that indicates the activity in which you're engaged on October the 26th of 2018?
Okay.
I think that's the one. Now, this refers to your retrieving latents, right?
Okay.
Not retrieving items.
Okay.
Am I right about that? I think I may have it wrong.
From October 26th of the Jeep you're
Yeah.
talking about? It's everything. The latents, the swabs, the collection of items.
Okay. And recovery of items as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and in every instance in your report where it says using a fresh pair of latex gloves, would document each instance in which you did so, and that was the purpose of your making that notation. Is that correct?
I mean, I change them often in between. I may not know every single time I've changed them. We usually have a couple different pair on, and I'll just take them off. But I don't know. I just don't. I could change them 20 times throughout. I just don't notate every single time.
Is that what you're saying happened here?
I honestly don't recall what happened or how many times I changed my gloves. It was quite a while ago.
Let me ask you this. What's the point of making a notation to the fact that you used a fresh pair of latex gloves? What was your intention
Objection,
of making
relevant.
that notation?
Mr. Stain, you have to answer that question.
Okay, well, you would agree with me that if you changed your gloves on 20 occasions and made note of it 5 times, that would be a bit odd, right?
I don't know. I mean, we've always written our reports that way, so I don't know exactly what you're asking. Would it be odd that I listed it 5 times?
But changed it 20 times.
I don't think so.
Okay, maybe I used the wrong word. You would agree with me it might be a little bit misleading.
No, I don't think so.
So you just thought to note it sometimes and sometimes you didn't.
I noted it in between each different job that I did. So it's noted before collection of items, it's noted before collecting DNA, and it's also noted before collecting fingerprints.
Okay, let me direct your attention to the second page of your report.
Sure.
Halfway down the page, it says, using a fresh pair of latex gloves, I collected the following items from the grave group.
Right.
Zephyr Hills water bottle.
Objection, Your Honor, proper adhesion.
Okay. Did you recover a Zephyr Hills water bottle?
I did?
And did you do it using a fresh pair of latex gloves?
Yes, that was the first item I collected.
Okay. And then I think we saw in the photograph also a small Sutter Home white Zinfandel bottle.
Yes.
You collected that as well?
Yes.
Did you change your gloves between collecting those 2 items?
I don't honestly remember, but seeing how they were both in the passenger side door pocket, I'm not sure. It looks like they came from the same place.
Oh. And there was a small bottle of black bomb scent bomb fragrance that you also retrieved,
Okay?
among other items, right?
Yes, sir.
And you were saying that you really can't attest that you changed your gloves on each occasion, right?
In between each area, I can tell you, yes, I did. But I can't tell you how many times now.
Oh. But you would agree with me that if you don't change your gloves, there is a risk, however small, however great, of cross-contamination. You would agree with that?
Sure.
Okay. And that risk may have manifested in this case. You can't attest that.
Speculation.
Same.
You also retrieved some glass from a car.
Yes, sir.
And I noticed that you used latex gloves then.
Yes.
And the purpose of using latex gloves as opposed to any other gloves is because presumably those gloves themselves are sterile, right?
All our gloves are sterile.
Okay. But when you were collecting the glass from the car,
Right.
you put on latex gloves.
Yes.
And then you put on gardening gloves over the latex gloves.
Yes, sir.
And the gardening gloves were sterilized?
I don't remember, honestly, but we weren't processing that for DNA.
Okay. So why'd you put the latex gloves on underneath?
So I wouldn't get cut by the glass.
I thought that's why you had the gardening gloves.
Oh, yes, that's why we had the gardening gloves on. I guess just out of habit.
Just have it?
Yeah.
Okay. Because if you wanted to make sure that was sterile, what you'd have done was you would put the latex gloves on over the gardening gloves, as opposed to the other way around, right?
If you wanted to make sure it was sterile, correct.
Okay, but you did not have an interest in maintaining the sterility of what?
I think so.
Of the item at that time. That was
No, we weren't testing it for DNA.
Okay. And you were telling us, I think, that you tested a phone for the presence of blood.
Yes, sir.
Why would you do that?
I was requested to by the detective.
So, and you were saying you found blood on that?
No, I didn't.
There was no blood on it? Okay. When you conduct an investigation, right?
Yes.
Strike that. When you retrieve items in the course of processing a crime scene,
Yes, sir.
in this case a vehicle, you maintain their integrity for purposes of future testing.
Yes.
Of DNA, possibly,
Yes.
and fingerprints.
Yes.
And because light tends to leave a trail, right?
Yes.
So if I rub this desk, I might not have left fingerprint because of the manner in which I'm touching it, but maybe I left DNA because of the oil in my hand.
Possible, yes.
And so if you test that, you might find evidence that I touched it.
Correct.
And so when you do that processing, you do it in order to try and obtain evidence that someone may have touched an item, right?
Yes.
And particularly for fingerprints, smooth surfaces that are non-porous are particularly conducive to leaving fingerprints.
Yes, sir.
Such as a water bottle, right?
Yes.
A projectile.
It's a little harder, but yes.
A spent casing, maybe.
Sometimes, yes.
You've analyzed spent casings before,
Yes,
and you've retrieved fingerprints and DNA from them,
I have.
which informed you in the instances in which you have, and were able to identify that somebody, you were able to identify maybe who loaded a firearm.
I have gotten fingerprints off of casings, but never enough to identify somebody.
DNA.
On the spent casing, I personally have not.
Okay. How long have you been doing this?
I've been doing this for 7 years.
like, for example, a water bottle, you retrieve a water bottle or a bottle of iced tea that appears to have been consumed would be a particularly fertile item from which you might retrieve DNA.
DNA, yes,
Somebody was likely putting it to their lips.
exactly.
So when you do this kind of processing in an attempt to retrieve information, right? And after all the processing, no information is retrieved of value, then it's kind of a wash, right?
What do you mean?
I'm sorry.
What do you mean it's a wash?
You went in looking to find information which may implicate or identify a certain person, but then when you find no information,
It's considered a no-hit.
it's a no-hit.
Yes.
Okay, so it's really a no value.
Yes.
And you don't do the analyses for prints yourself, you send them off?
Yes, sir.
And the DNA as well?
Yes.
So you may know the results, but you wouldn't be the right person to ask about that.
No.
Okay. Can I have a minute, Your Honor?
Yes.
Actually, sorry, before I go, there was a rental agreement that you retrieved?
Yes, sir.
Is that the same rental agreement that the gentleman with whom you were processing the car retrieved? There were two rental agreements, right?
I don't know. I'm sorry, do you mind if I look at my?
No, please do.
I just have that a 2-page rental agreement for Jameson Francois from Enterprise Rental for the Nissan RSPT.
It was a Nissan RSP? That's what you retrieved?
Yes, that's what I will say. And that I found it in the glove box, photo marker number 26.
Can I have it?
Yes.
And gold teeth. That would be another pretty likely fertile DNA item that can stick in your mouth.
Yes.
So that was preserved for DNA.
I'm assuming, I think that I did swab that at one point. But yes, it would have been preserved.
Okay. You don't need to put it. You were telling us earlier that you photographed the items that you retrieved and the partner with whom you conducted this processing investigation photographed the items that he retrieved?
He did the entire crime scene photos. The items that I collected, I photographed in the lab.
Okay, so in other words, he would have photographed everything, but you would have photographed just those that you retrieved.
Correct.
Okay, makes sense. One moment, please. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you.
Is there any redirect examination of this witness?
Investigator Carroll, how many items were swabbed approximately for DNA in this case?
Oh, okay. What would you like me to try to count?
Please.
Okay. Do you want just from the Jeep?
Or fire, all the items processed, swabbed, everything else?
I would only have what I actually swapped. Okay. I have 15 different items just from the Jeep. I have I had 5 additional items that were swabbed at a later date, but also items found in the Jeep.
Okay. So does the Broward Sheriff's Office process every single DNA swab that you collect?
No.
Why not?
Objection?
Suggestion.
I think that's beyond her scope of knowledge.
Sustained.
So, Investigator Carroll, with regards to the ESO crime lab, did they conduct all of the DNA analysis for the Miramar Police Department?
They do the analysis. We were not allowed to submit all the swabs.
Okay. With regard to the blood on that, do you change between every DNA swab that is collected as policy of the Miramar Police Department?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
I just had one question.
Sure.
Ma'am, when you say you weren't allowed to submit the swabs, was there a rule that permitted you from doing so for economic reasons or something?
The lab only allows us to do 10 at a time, and then possibly we could have another round of 10. A lot of times we'll need permission from the DNA manager to even submit any more than 10 on a homicide.
Okay. So if there are like maybe 30 relevant DNA swabs that you do policy on a homicide case, as you only are allowed to submit 10, 20 with permission, hardly ever more.
Yeah, I mean, it used to be we could do 10, then we'd have a second round of 10, then you'd be looking at permission. Recently, it's changed a bit, so it's usually up to the lab whether or not they're gonna allow us to submit anymore.
Thank you.
Anything else in this witness, Counsel?
No, Your Honor.
She excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Madam, thank you very much. You may step down, Ms. Carroll, you're excused.
Thank you so much.
And who's your next witness?
They're here. 5 minutes for shooting.
We take a short recess. Ladies and gentlemen, please note head on the chairs. Remember, you guys do not discuss the case. Don't want to stop the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case. Where he's serving, please go ahead. Thank you. Thank you. Let the record reflect the jury stepped out. Councilman along with the defendant. Dennis, your restroom break ready? No, sir. Thank you. All right, anything to discuss now?
Nothing in this.
All right, we're discussing.
This week, like 3 to 3 minutes. Was that what?
What are you laughing at? What I do? What I do? Why is everybody laughing at me? didn't even tell a joke. Huh? I can't tell any of my jokes in here, man. All my jokes are so bad. I get in trouble for all my jokes. I end up in human resources when I tell jokes. I guys remember, if you haven't been told before, cell phones gotta stay away. Thank you. Can't have your cell phones out. That was my point. I'll say it again. No, I got you. She the turn? Wait, let's go. Main seat to come to order. Switch back to session.
How you doing, Dan?
Good. You?
Well,
I have it.
the record on the. Oh.
Really? Really?
Evidence is counsel and the assistant state attorney. Counsel, you're suggesting who is your next witness
Leandra Phillips,
and what she testified to?
the identity of the deceased, Christopher Thomas.
All right, and
May I ask the relationship of Ms. Phillips?
Mother.
We would object on the grounds of that case.
all right, and counsel, the way I read the case earlier, it basically said it's not the preferred method because they're concerned, and I asked you whether you spoke to the witness and concerned about her getting emotional on the stand. You said you did, correct?
Yes, sir, we talked about that, and then what I can also do to alleviate that is have them authenticate the USB and the drive, but not publish it until after they are all the same.
And counsel also indicated he was objecting not so much that he was concerned about her being emotional, just the effect it would have on the insured, is the way I understood it. Is that correct, counsel?
That's correct, sir.
And so he was saying that there's other witnesses available to testify to basically the same thing. And my recollection, sidebar, you said that you didn't have other, you put in the words, credible witnesses going to be able to identify the deceased. Is that correct?
That are non-law enforcement, that is correct.
And then we would respectfully suggest that suggests that these two decedents knew nobody in this world except their family, which is hard to believe. And that in itself is not credible contention. The state's been investigating this case for 4 years. This trial is anticipated to last beyond the next few weeks. And we strenuously object to this process being engaged in dereliction or in violation of the case law. Not a case, really. Many cases.
Yeah, I have to pull a case up that I found out of Supreme Court. I believe it was Rodriguez, the case State v. Rodriguez. I could be wrong, but that's my recollection. But that also indicated, as a general rule, it didn't say it can never happen, and it also talked about whether there are other credible witnesses that could basically testify to those issues that the alleged victim is dead when the elements are proved the state has. So I'll find that case again and just see exactly what it says, but that was my recollection. The second thing, though, is I thought this was resolved by you made a suggestion to stipulate to it, and so we tabled it. That was the understanding that I asked about having the stipulation. When would that be, and when would that happen? And you indicated that after, I guess, the luncheon recess or something, that you had further conversation, and you were not inclined to enter the stipulation after discussing that with your client.
Yes, you're right. Yes, that's correct. And here's the thing: I would think that if that the state would be for there to be a complete record, to be able to put on the record a good faith effort that it made to identify anybody on this planet that knows these two decedents other than their family, saying we spoke to two people and they declined or couldn't, wouldn't cut it. So I think the record would have to contain an itemization of their efforts before the court draws the conclusion that the only witnesses who would suffice are the ones that the case law discourages.
I'm looking at the case now, so.
Just the citation of the other case, Your Honor. I don't need to read it into record. I'm sure the court has.
The one I'm reading is Rodriguez v. State, and it's cited at 919 Southern 2nd, 1252, and it's really just a short paragraph, very generic, but it basically says that's not the preferred method to identify, as long as there's non-related credible witnesses are available to testify as to the identity of the deceased.
And I believe this, the seminal case as well could be State 402 Southern 2nd 1159 from 1981.
402
Southern 2nd 1159.
I apologize. I gotta get out of this.
That's a seminal case, Your Honor, and I would just respect
402
Southern 2nd 1159, Florida, 1981. And I would just, as a gatekeeper, Your Honor, if the rule is that a member of a victim's family should not identify the victim at trial where non-related credible witnesses are available to make such identification, I would assume the predicate for making such a determination would be identifying that non-related credible witnesses are indeed unavailable, which would require the state to document its efforts in obtaining them.
That was already put on the record at sidebar as to those efforts that were made.
If that's what they rest on, Your Honor, we would contend that it's insufficient. It was a declarative statement with no detail.
So in this case, though, that you're citing, it basically says it's clear from the record that the brother's identification testimony was not of such a nature as to evoke the sympathy of the jury or to prejudice the defendant. Nor can we say that the brother's testimony was not necessary to establish the identity of the deceased beyond a reasonable doubt. Here, the neutral witness referred to by Welty were a fingerprint technician who testified that the prints from the victim's right hand matched the prints of Burkhalter on file with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. As a result, in April 1976, DWI arrested Burkhalter, a former member of the Castleberry Police Department who had arrested Burkhalter in '76 for DWI, and who identified Burkhalter from the 1976 mugshot taken at the time of the DWI arrest, even though Welty was willing to stipulate to the identity of the victim. This did not prevent the state from presenting additional relevant evidence to prove identity beyond a reasonable doubt. We find the trial court did not reversibly err in permitting this testimony.
It's not precluded in instances where it's necessary and they can establish the necessary predicate. They can't do so. And we're also inviting error by taking the risk that that unfolds when the state has ample resources and time to go and find a witness that's suitable and comports with proper protocol.
Anything else?
Okay.
Well, this is my thought. I wasn't, as I indicated, I wasn't aware of the rule previously. I've tried many homicide cases, and 90% of the time it's stipulated to, although I have had people testify as to the identity. I'm not certain whether they're family members or not, so I don't want to take that lead. I wasn't familiar with the case. The case seems clear. It's not the preferred method. Don't do it. They're objecting to it. So at this juncture, I haven't heard exactly what efforts were made. I don't know if there are any other witnesses. So we're just going to table it for now. I want to hear whether or not we can have another witness testify as to a non-related credible witness testify as to the identity of the two victims, Mr. Williams and Mr. Thompson. Right?
Yes,
All right, so do you have any other witnesses today?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so we'll just adjourn now. How does this issue with the medical examiner, how's that going to play out?
We will address scheduling on that, moving around witnesses right now for tomorrow. So we will give you plenty of witnesses for tomorrow. I'm still juggling people around to fill in for those gaps.
Anything else to discuss, council?
No.
Nothing, sir.
All right, just bring the jury in and I'll tell them we're done for the day.
Jury entering.
Thank you, please be seated. The record reflect the presence of the defendant. Defendant is counsel, assistant state attorney, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be rather quick. My thought is that we're going to adjourn for the day. The next witness is going to be scheduled. There's a little issue that's come up, so the counsel is going to rearrange her witnesses, and she'll do that. We'll have a full day tomorrow. So we'll have a full day tomorrow, so we're going to adjourn a little early today to see everybody back tomorrow at 9. Just remember the admonition, do not discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case in your presence, and certainly no research about the case, all right? But I understand it's wet out there, so stay dry. Even no feds on chairs, hold on. No feds on chairs, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Like the jury checked out, not for me, not for the defendant, nothing to discuss, correct?
No, sir.
All right, we'll see you all back tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We're off the record, right?
Yes. Mr. President? No, what do you do? We need text. We need David and Lynn. Well, you'll text. Huh? I don't want.
Everybody go. Yeah. Then we need to make sure we get all the evidence, right?
Don't worry about you. I don't blame you. I'm worried about myself too.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Jack.